Yeah, so you guys seemed curious about the hot shop stuff at the moment, so I will point out we already have a couple of pieces of glass that we've been working on. Right here at the center bench, this is a completely solid piece of glass, and if you could see a little bit closer, you would see basically something called an implosion inside of it, so this three-dimensional flower inside of solid clear glass. And this was achieved using, I believe he said it was a crimp, basically these little metal petals that pushed into the glass to create those flowers. And this is going to probably be attached to our final piece that we're making in the hot shop, I would assume, which we're starting over on the far left bench. Oh, and I do have closed captioning on the screen. And eventually we will have some cameras kind of following people's movements around as well, which will really help out. But yeah, once again, we're starting over on the left bench as well. We're using something called Marini, which, if you can imagine, a long tube of glass. And you cut open a small piece to create a disc, and that reveals an image inside. This is something that they do with candy making as well, interestingly enough, but it's layers of glass on the inside of just that long stick. And we've chopped this up into a bunch of these small squares and laid them out on a tray. And we're picking them up right now to create a pattern on the end of our bubble. And something special about these large blown pieces, like this one right here, is each section is made by a different individual, and then they bring them all together and finish the piece off. So this piece is made by, I think, let me look at the list. It's made by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. At least about 8 people are working on this individual piece of glass. And welcome to those who just joined us in the hot shop. We have a really big day ahead of us and happening right now. I just want to point out real quick that we have a camera view up on the screen and closed captioning on the screen. It can be kind of hard to hear me with all the equipment and noise and music, so please pay attention to this if you can. But we are seeing a variety of pipes and rigs made down on the hot shop floor today. These are being made out of both soft glass and borosilicate glass, which is a scientific glass to just explain very simply. It's used for beakers as a really good example in Pyrex. And just to point out specifically, the pieces over on the right side of the hot shop, these are the ones that are made out of borosilicate. They're working on these small kind of table-mounted flames. And this is specifically called flame working. They're able to work at a really small scale to get a really high level of detail for these pieces. And we're seeing a lot of collaborative pieces today, both for the hot shop and for the flame working. So over on the very far right, a specific flame-worked piece is going to have 3 artists collaborating on it. It's going to have snakes and a reaper, like a grim reaper, and it's also going to have some mushrooms and specialized grass. And the 3 artists who are working on this piece, bear with me, just getting my spiel done for the day. Scott, Niko, and Nick are working on this 3-way collaborative piece. And then the large collaborative piece that they're working on in the hot shop, they've already gotten started on. This is the one that was made last year on the front pedestal right here. And I've heard that the one that we'll make this time is going to be a little bit smaller, apparently, but it's still going to have a lot of different components attached together. Yeah, please let me know if you guys have any questions, and feel free to walk around the entire perimeter of the hot shop. You can get tons of different vantage points. Yeah, and welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. As you can see, we have a lot happening on the floor today. Were you guys in here yesterday? No? All right, so this is day 2 of a really large event. This is the 2nd year that we are doing this event, and this is specifically called Joint Venture this year. And as you may guess, we're seeing a lot of pipe making on the floor, and it's kind of coinciding with the date. It's 4/20 today. Yes, I know. And so we will see a huge variety of projects being made on the floor. I've been pointing out that we have 2 different kinds of glass making happening, basically. So this is a piece from last year. This is a large soft glass rig that was made on the hot shop floor like they're doing over here. So they're getting started on the next one right now. We have a sketch of it on the floor right here out of chalk. So this is kind of the shape that we can expect. And I think that this is a little bit bigger than it's actually going to be, but they are pretty big, as you can see. And then over on the right, this is where we're seeing all the flame working today. And they're working with a special type of glass called borosilicate. And this is a scientific glass, so they use it for Pyrex and beakers, and it can withstand really high temperatures. But because of that, they also have to work at a higher temperature. So don't stare too long at those flames. We also have a good view up on the screen. Welcome into the hot shop to those who just joined in. We have some really big projects happening today. Before I jump into the overview, I want to point out that I have closed captioning on the screen, and we also have some camera views. Now, we are going to see some blown glass in the hot shop. We'll also see some flame working over on the far right. They'll be working with a type of glass called borosilicate, which has a much higher melting point, and it's used for things like Pyrex and beakers in scientific studies like chemistry. So at the center and the left bench, we're working on a large rig that's going to have sort of an hourglass shape to it, like you see this chalk drawing on the floor. So this is kind of the shape you can expect. This is the rig that they made last year. So similar idea this year and last year. They create these individual sections by individual artists, and then they bring them all together to form one large piece. So it's a huge collaborative piece. I know there's at least about 8 people working on this individual blown piece of glass. And I'm excited to talk about the components of it, but I also want to point out that we have a collaborative piece over on the flame working side as well. There are 3 people, Niko, Scott, and Nick, who are going to be working on a pipe that's going to have a lot of different elements to it. It's going to have a reaper, like a grim reaper, and it's going to have snakes, mushrooms, grass, and they're going to bring all of it together, which the vision sounds incredible. And the pieces of glass they've been working with are really colorful, really intricate. And that's kind of what we have the view of on the screen, is the right side of the hot shop at this moment. And we do also have some stuff going on in the Grand Hall, I believe. So please check that out if you haven't already as well. And of course, ask any questions. If you have any questions, just raise your hand and let me know. And thanks for joining us in the hot shop. So this glass that we're working with at the center bench, you guys came in just after we got the pattern on the glass, but we simply have clear glass that we rolled inside or on top of these little shards of colored glass. So we have a faint color on the surface. And then we also stuffed this glass inside of a mold that has all these inward-facing spikes, which pushed into the glass, creating these little divots. And then on top of those divots, we gathered another layer of clear glass which trapped air, which is how we get those perfectly spaced air bubbles throughout the piece. And this mold that has all those inward-facing spikes is called a pineapple mold. I think it's because it kind of creates the texture of pineapple skin, depending on how you use it. So yeah, just some interesting information about that piece at the center bench. So we only have 2 benches to work at right now, but we have so many components for this one piece. So the artists are switching off. When one goes to heat up the glass, one sits down and starts shaping the glass. So the man in the blue shirt, let me remember his name. I have a huge list of names, so bear with me for just a moment. Cameron in the blue shirt is going to be working on the base of the piece. And it's going to be very different from what you're seeing here. So based off of this chalk drawing, this is the area he's working on right here, this kind of round paperweight shape. And this is going to be a solid piece of glass that has a 3-dimensional flower inside of it, created using methods very similar to implosions, if you've heard of implosions in glass. Not sure if you have, but implosions are when colors kind of sucked or pushed up into solid glass to create a 3-dimensional shape. It's really, really cool, really interesting. He's already practiced one earlier today, but he's going to be making another one out of blue glass. Like, how do you get a hollow piece of glass to begin with? Or, so it depends. I mean, if you're thinking about pipes you might buy at a store, they're probably going to be made out of that type of glass over there. And for boro, oftentimes they will start with hollow tubing, clear hollow tubing, and they can add color on the inside or outside. But they can also, gosh, I've seen them make pipes so many ways. They can build up walls to create a hollow bubble. And yeah, the idea, whether it's glass blowing or flame working, you want a bubble of glass, and then you can blow it and shape it even further from there. Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome to come down and take a closer look at some of these pipes as well. They're all hollow pipes. Well, I guess we have some marbles down here as well, too. So we've pulled out a mushroom that we're working on over on the right side of the hot shop. And this is just completely solid all the way through, by the way. I know it's a little bit hard to see from where you're sitting. And the screen does help to some extent. You can kind of see one of the artists is also holding a piece of abstract grass that they've been working on as well. So this piece, once again, is going to have mushrooms and grass and snakes and a reaper. So all those components are eventually going to come together. Oh, and an important part of the process I want to point out, we use these annealers, which are these boxes that we have throughout the room. These large ones are usually used for hot shop pieces, of course, and then these smaller ones are being used for the pipe components and the rig components. So sometimes if we have a really complex or thick piece of glass, there could be stress built up inside of it, or we just have to bring it up to a temperature slowly or bring it down from a temperature slowly, usually about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit for the hot shop. And for the flame working, it's a much higher temperature, I think probably about 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit or 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So these annealers will sit and hold at a warm, healthy temperature to make sure that the glass doesn't get stressed enough to crack. And yeah, that's a really big piece of glass they've just pulled out. These are the 3 snakes that they were apparently working on yesterday. All right, so for those who just joined in, I just want to share what we have going on in general. Today's a really big day. It's day 2 of joint venture. Basically, this is our second annual sort of pipe making that we are doing at the Museum of Glass. We'll invite a bunch of flame working artists. And these artists, they work on a smaller scale, usually using these table mounted torches, and then a much higher temperature glass that's used for scientific beakers and Pyrex and also pipes. So they're making some pipes over on the right side of the hot shop. And over on the left side of the hot shop, they're working on an even bigger piece of glass, kind of like this one in the front right here. So a large soft glass rig. But this one is going to have a little bit of a different shape. It's going to have kind of an hourglass shape. And it's going to have a solid marble component kind of pushing up into the bottom of the piece, as you can see based off of the drawing. So we're working on multiple components right at this moment. I think 3 different components are being made, and eventually they will all come together. But this is a huge piece of glass. And I think that at least about 8 people are working on this individual piece or helping work on it. Meanwhile, we also have a collaborative project over on the right. 3 artists are working on a piece at the moment that is going to have 3 snakes, a reaper, like a grim reaper, and then mushrooms and grass as well. So all these individual pieces have to be made and then attached together in a healthy manner so that they don't pop apart. And then finally, the piece will be done. So we'll be working on all these pieces all day till about 5 p.m. And we'll also have an artist talk at about 1 p.m. where an artist will come up here and talk about his work and himself as an artist. So we have a lot to look forward to today. So now we're seeing a new sort of project startup. So this is something that was started yesterday, but we'll be seeing this large lathe being used in the front of the hot shop. This is something that the Museum of Glass does not have, along with some other pieces of equipment over on the right side of the hot shop. So a lot of these artists have had to bring in some of their own equipment, which is a huge job. I mean, this is a huge piece of equipment. So apparently they're going to be finishing off a piece right here in the front. They're going to be switching the orientation of a handle and kind of finishing off a joint or a mouthpiece. And then this artist who has just joined us on the lathe, Anthony, he's also going to be a part of the large collaborative hot shop piece as well. So that brings the total up to about 9 people working on that collaborative piece. And welcome to everyone who just joined us in the hot shop. You're welcome to take a seat wherever you like or walk around the perimeter of the hot shop. We have a lot going on the floor today, as you can see. And we have multiple collaborative projects, 3 total. The largest one, both physically and metaphorically, is going to have 9 people working on one large rig in the hot shop. And we have this drawn out in chalk on the floor right here. So it's going to have sort of this hourglass shape. And we're going to have every individual artist making a single piece of glass that they attach and bring together. And this is the one that they made last year, by the way. This is kind of a good reference so you could see how the pieces come together and how there's different patterns on the piece itself. And then over on the right side of the hot shop, this is something you won't usually see when you come into the Museum of Glass. We have a lot of flame working happening. So these are some table-mounted torches that are being used, and the glass that they're using over here specifically is a borosilicate glass. It has a higher melting point of about 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, versus the hot shop, the melting point, the glass starts to get soft about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's 3 times the heat. And because of this, this scientific glass, this borosilicate glass, is used for beakers, it's used for Pyrex, it's used for all sorts of high temperature situations, along with pipes. So we're seeing them make some pipes over on the right side of the hot shop today. And we have at least 2 collaborative projects happening over there. The large one that you see over on the far right, this is something that they started yesterday. There are 3 snakes, a reaper, some grass, and also some mushrooms that will all be attached to this one large collaborative piece over there. So we are working with two different kinds of glass on the hot shop floor today. Both of them have their ups and downs. So borosilicate glass, it has that higher melting point, which means that it's stronger, and technically they can make a piece of glass and just kind of set it aside and it's not going to crack or break. Meanwhile, with the soft glass in the hot shop, they have to keep it warm constantly, otherwise we see really quickly it'll start to crack and break apart. But with the borosilicate glass, the stress that can build up inside of it can break it really easily. So if we have any connections, like with that large collaborative piece, they're going to have pieces of grass, they're going to have mushrooms, and all of these individual components have to flow together. Flow is the word that's usually used to describe the connection point. If there are any sharp angles in any of those connections, then we see cracking and breaking apart later on. And another project you'll see on the flame working side right at this moment, Edgar's working at a setup kind of closer to the left, closer to the area where we're working with the hot shop equipment. And he's working on a stacked dot pattern. So this means that, well, it's a little bit self-explanatory, but we are stacking dots on top of dots on top of dots, hence the name stack dots. So this pattern takes a bit of time depending on how many stacks of dots they're creating and what colors contrast they're looking for. So we're seeing some intricate pattern making alongside them finishing some projects as well. And I know a few new people have joined in, so welcome into the hot shop to those who recently joined. And just a little reminder before I give any more overviewing, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to just raise your hand and let me know. Give me questions about things you've seen in the gallery or what you're seeing on the floor or about the artists themselves. And yeah, we're seeing a lot happening on the floor. They have all 4 torches running over on the right at this moment. And they are working on a couple of different projects right now. The 3 on the far right, they're working on a collaborative project all together. And they are making a large pipe that has multiple components, such as 3 snakes, a reaper, some mushrooms, and also some grass that'll all be attached together. And then Edgar, closer to the left, he's working on a stacked dot pattern. So you can see him making those dots right now at this moment, going in with a rod of colored glass, just barely in the flame. And meanwhile, in the hot shop, we're going to be working on this pretty large soft glass rig. So we're working with 2 different types of glass. In the hot shop, we're working with a soda lime glass, soda ash, limestone, silica sand, and these, this rig was made last year, right here on the front pedestal. The one that we are making this time, today, is going to have a little bit more of an hourglass shape to it, and it's going to have a solid glass component in the bottom of it. So a little bit different than what you're seeing here, but same idea where each individual artist that is working on this collaborative piece, they make a section of glass and then they attach everything together to create one large piece. So this is a huge project, and the list of people working on it is up to about 9 artists now. So we have a lot going on, and that's why it's totally okay to ask questions if you guys ever have any. So an artist has a solid pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end and is bringing this over to one of our top load annealers. Sometimes we'll use these to bring pieces up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So we've just pulled a piece out, and we'll lightly heat this up to make sure that it's a warm and happy temperature before continuing to work with it. So this is a piece that they probably worked on yesterday and then kept warm overnight and then lightly heated it up today. Yeah, it looks like they finished that little piece at the center bench. So this is going to go inside of one of our annealers. These annealers, these large black boxes on our far walls, they sit at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and we'll place as many pieces as we want throughout the day inside of them until it's full, and then press a button to slowly cool everything all at once. And this slow cooling cycle is super important. It makes sure that the glass doesn't break from thermal shock. And this is a really important factor when it comes to the soft glass that we're using in the hot shop, the soda lime glass. So over on the left bench, that piece of glass they pulled out earlier out of this annealer up in the front. It's okay. This is a beautiful body of a rig, and they have been working on the down stem, I believe, which they've pulled out a small piece of glass that is basically a very short tube and attached it to the side of the piece. And this is basically where they're going to add a small solid piece of glass to kind of block that opening. And yeah, this is all just terms that are kind of new to me that I'm learning, so bear with me. And we've changed up the view on the screen, by the way, so we can see those right torches a little bit better. So I see a few new people have joined in here and there, so welcome into the hot shop. Today we have a lot going on the floor. I was just about to describe what we have going on over on the right side of the hot shop specifically. So we are heating up a piece of kiln shelf over on the right with these small handheld torches. And this is because they're going to be bringing out a large piece of glass they've been working on for a couple of days and using this shelf to make sure the entire bottom of the piece is flat, as well as all components that they're going to be adding to the sides of the piece. And they just want to make sure that the hot glass isn't touching something super cold. So they're heating it up, maybe a few hundred degrees Fahrenheit or so. And this piece that they're working on over there is a 3-person collaborative piece. There's a lot of different components to it. It's going to have a reaper, kind of like a grim reaper, and then they're also going to have 3 snakes and some mushrooms and clumps of grass that they've hand sculpted. They'll be attaching all of these components together. I think that they already have all of them prepared and made and just set aside staying warm. So just to point out this piece of equipment behind them, this box here is called an annealer. And that annealer is holding all those individual components at a healthy temperature, probably a little bit above 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. They'll be able to pull them out one by one and start lining everything up. So you guys came in at the perfect time to see everything kind of brought together. And over on the left side of the hot shop, it looks like it's quieted down a little bit, but we're going to be working on a large collaborative piece in the hot shop over here that's very similar to this one in a way, where each individual artist working on the piece is going to have a separate section that they've been working on, and they'll be bringing all those sections together to create one large rig. And this sketch on the ground is pretty close to what we'll see right here. So it's going to have sort of an hourglass shape, and there's going to be one large solid component that's attached to the bottom as well. That's shaped kind of like a marble or a paperweight. You can kind of see it in the bottom of the piece there. And this was really fun to watch them make. I'm excited for you guys to see it, but it's basically an implosion. And if anyone knows any flame working, you might know what an implosion is, but kind of as it sounds, it's colored glass that has been imploded into solid clear glass to create a 3-dimensional shape inside. And this shape in this circumstance was a flower or a rose. So there's a 3-dimensional blue rose inside of a large clear marble sitting aside, and we'll eventually bring it out and use it. And yeah, if you guys ever have any questions, feel free to raise your hand or grab my attention and let me know. There is a lot going on, so I'll probably won't be able to talk about all of it at the same time, but I'll do my best to kind of jump back and forth and explain what's going on. Yeah, so once again, over on the right, we have a 3-person collaborative project. These artists are heating up a piece of kiln shelf in preparation for bringing out and attaching multiple components for this one piece. And I don't have a sketch or anything to show you as to what it's going to turn out to be, but the components of this piece are a reaper, like a grim reaper, and then 3 snakes and some grass and mushrooms, and they'll all be attached and they'll create this one large piece. And just to describe real quick, all of this glass that we're working with on this right side of the hot shop, this is a different kind of glass than what we use in the glass blowing hot shop that you normally see when you come in here. They're working with a type of glass called borosilicate, which, as the name might suggest, it has boron or boron trioxide mixed in with the silica. And this creates a higher melting point. So this glass melts at about 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and they use it for beakers and scientific glassware and pipes and Pyrex containers. So we're seeing a lot of pipe making today. This is, of course, a special weekend that we're doing once a year now. This is joint venture. So we're seeing a lot of pipes and rigs being made. And we're not seeing anything happening here quite yet, but eventually we'll see this lathe being used. It's a pretty impressive piece of equipment. So they've pulled out those snakes over on the right, and they're bringing out all the individual sculpted components, such as the mushrooms and the blades of grass, and they're lining them up, figuring out exactly where they want them to be placed. And once again, the reason they're using this kiln shelf is to make sure everything is on the same plane. So the grass is going to be resting right where the bottom of the snakes are resting as well. And yeah, we're just keeping this piece of glass warm. It looks like we just don't want to pull a lot of heat out of the piece, so we're continuously torching the kiln shelf. Also, at this point over on the left, they've brought out the neck for this rig and they've attached it to the top of the body. So now we have most, if not all, of our components assembled for the piece over on the left. And just a little reminder, anyone can walk around the perimeter of the hot shop and get a good view of what we have going on anywhere, any point. Yeah, we have a lot going on the floor. So we're just starting to see this lathe being used up in the front right here. This has a pretty impressive flame from what I saw last year. It can get pretty big and we can work on pretty large pieces of glass. This looks like maybe a preheating flame. We just want to make sure that the glass is a little bit warm before we fully start melting it and working with it. And this piece of glass, I believe, is going to turn into either a bowl that's going to fit on kind of the outside of this opening here, or something that dips down, kind of like a tube that goes inside the piece and dips into the water. And I just did learn a little bit of the anatomy of these rigs. So that tube that fits down inside, it's called the perk, and it's where the water would meet that tube, and it kind of determines how much smoke you get. So just to describe this setup a little bit, there's some clear tubing that's attached to either side of this colored piece of glass. This colored piece of glass is hollow as well, even though you can't see through that color. And there's also a bit of tubing or hose that's kind of attached to either side of the lathe. And this is hooked up to the mouthpiece inside of our artist's mouth, so he's able to blow this piece of glass up. And welcome to everyone who just joined in. We have a lot going on the hot shop floor, and I will do my best to describe all of it. Multiple projects happening at the same time. Obviously, this one's kind of right front and center, so I guess I'll describe this one first real quick. So this is a lathe setup that we have right here. And this is a hollow piece of colored glass with some clear tubing attached on either end. And our artist is going to start heating this glass up and blowing it out a little bit, shaping it, working with it. And I believe this is a component that is going to be attached to this piece right here. This was made last year. This is actually a soft glass rig that was made in the hot shop. It was a huge collaborative piece. Each artist made their own pattern or section, and then they were all brought together to form one big piece. And we're going to see something similar to that this year as well. This sketch you might be able to see, hopefully be able to see on the ground here, has kind of an hourglass shape. So this is the rig that's going to be made on the floor this year. And they're working on that at the center bench here and over on the left. And we're also going to be seeing a lot of flame working over on the right side of the hot shop. So separate from the lathe, we have at least 2 more projects going on. One of them is very physically large and has a lot of components. This is a 3-person collaborative project between Scott, Niko, and Nick. And this is going to have a reaper and 3 snakes and also some mushrooms and some grass. All of it's going to be attached together to form one large piece. And then we also have a couple of people who are going to be working at kind of this table closer to the left. They were originally working on some patterning on a bubble of glass. Specifically, the pattern was stacked dots. But it looks like we're seeing something else now, so I'll have to check in and see what they're working on specifically in a moment. Also, I know a lot of you guys have been sticking around for a little while, so just to update you, the smaller rig that they were making over on the left side over there in the hot shop, I think it was about this big in the body, and then the neck added another length to it. But that one, they just finished, and they probably put away to slowly cool down overnight. And whenever we put pieces away, you'll see us put them inside of these large black boxes, either on the far walls or in the front, like these. These are all annealers, and they'll sit at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And then with the press of a button, everything inside of them will very slowly cool down. And this cooling process is super important. It prevents thermal shock in the glass. Yeah, that can cause the glass to break, crack apart. And this happens pretty quickly. Oh, and just a little reminder for any newcomers, if you have any questions, feel free to just grab my attention and let me know. Why does Pyrex what? So yeah, we're using a type of glass over here, the scientific glass. It's the same as Pyrex. Yeah, you probably already know that, right? Borosilicate. The melting point is much higher, so it can handle a lot more of a temperature change a lot quicker. It's just, I think I wrote down the exact ingredients. So this is boron trioxide that is mixed into the silica, and that's what's giving this a higher melting point. This is a soda lime glass. It's much softer, has a lower melting point of 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit versus 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So this will react a lot quicker and melt quicker. Yeah. Yeah, so color is pretty complicated in this case because the colors that we're seeing are all in the form of patterns. But to describe color in a very basic way, for example, the glass that we're seeing over on the right, they actually use kind of these rods of colored glass, and they get them shipped in already made. And so they just apply this to other pieces of glass or melt it down and use it this way. But when it comes to the hot shop, when it comes to this type of glass. They have to start with clear, like you see Ben has some clear glass on the end of his pipe here at the center bench. And so we have to apply color through other ways. The ways that we're seeing in the hot shop today, I wonder if I have an example. I don't see anything out. Oh, actually, you see those metal trays in the back there? So those have a powdered colored glass inside of them. It's just a different metal oxides mixed into the glass, basically. Yeah. So this process up in the front and center here on the lathe, our artist is heating up just a small section of glass at a time. And I haven't been able to quite tell, but I think that the discs are turning at a slightly different rate, and this is causing the glass to twist on itself a little bit. And he's twisting it in such a way that it's going back and forth and back and forth. And this pattern is called a wigwag. It's pretty common, or not common, it's pretty popular in the flame working community for pipes and other things. It's really mesmerizing to watch. And luckily we do have a view of this up on the screen. It's just a little bit hard for the camera to see through that orange glow from when the glass is melting. So over on the hot shop side of things, it looks like they're getting ready to start attaching some of the Incolmo sections. So Incolmo is a technique where you can blow multiple bubbles of different patterns or colors and then bring them together by kind of attaching the openings of them. And this can be done many times over. You can either create rings of these different patterns, or you can create the two halves, kind of like two bowls, and attach them and then open up the end over and over and over again. So I believe that they're going to be creating ring sections out of these. But yeah, they're getting ready to attach two Incolmo sections right now. We have one at each bench. The one on the left bench has a really interesting, very geometric pattern. I can't even begin to imagine how they got it. And that's kind of the best part of seeing something new like this. You get to learn something new. So here's that section now. Looks like it's the perfect size, so they're bringing them together and firmly pressing to attach them. And then they break away this smaller kind of secondary pipe. So now we have those two sections attached. They'll be able to start blowing this out as if it were a normal bubble from here. And I think that you guys just joined in recently, I believe. So just to give you guys a little recap, we have a couple of different collaborative projects going on at the same time right now. So over on the right, we have a lot of flame working happening. And over the very, very far right, we have 3 people who are working on a collaborative piece that is going to have 3 snakes, a reaper, some grass, and some mushrooms all assembled and attached together to create one large piece. And at the center and left bench on the hot shop floor, we're going to see a collaborative piece, kind of like the rig you see on the front pedestal here. But it's going to have a different shape to it. It's going to be a little bit of a different size, so we will be changing some things up. And something important about these pieces is each section is made by an individual artist. And they bring the sections together, kind of like what you saw right here. Now, I have a huge list of all the artists that are down on the floor today. I think that there are about 9 people that are working on the hot shop piece right now. So, huge number of people who are collaborating and bringing this piece together. And then in the front, of course, this is very eye-catching, the lathe work that we have going on. And our artist here is creating a wig-wag pattern in the glass, which is basically heating up the glass and lightly twisting it back and forth. So we have a zigzag or a wig-wag all the way down the piece. Yeah, so just to point out, they've pulled the pieces back out over on the right bench. If you're wondering where those go, they're putting them inside of the annealer, which is that little black box sitting close to the audience in the front. And this is just keeping them warm, probably a little bit above 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, just to make sure that there's no stress causing anything to crack and break. And they're using this kiln shelf to keep things flat and even and all on the same plane as they attach all of the individual components. And they've also got some bridging structures going on. To attach all these components, we need them to flow together. If we have any points of connection that are angular, then there's going to be stress built up in those connections and they'll break. We need them to flow very smoothly. So we'll use bridges, these small sticks of clear, to keep everything attached and held in the spot we want while we melt those connections without just moving around like crazy. So the bridges help us a lot. And at the center bench, we've attached yet another encalmo section. So we opened up that previous encalmo piece and then brought over yet another cup shape and attached that over the end. So we now have one complete bubble. So we'll be able to blow this out, shape it a little bit more, and we'll just keep attaching section after section, I assume. So I just wanted to show off this diagram on the screen real quick. So this is exactly what we're doing in the hot shop at this moment. We're just bringing section after section and attaching them together to create all of these layers of design within the piece. And yeah, this diagram is just really helpful for visualizing how things are going to come together. And this is all on the end of a blowpipe. Ben is using a blowpipe right now. It's kind of hard to see, but the mouthpiece is a small triangular end on the end of the pipe. So we've just brought over yet another section of blown glass to the center bench. Yeah, just continuing to add to that in Como. And a lot of these were probably made yesterday, by the way. We can work with pieces of glass for a really long time, longer than you might imagine. And what I mean by that is not all in one sitting. We have to let the glass cool slowly, and then we can bring it back up to that working temperature slowly as well. So we can have multi-day projects where we work on a small component, set it aside, work on another small component, set it aside, and then bring things together. Yeah, I was just temporarily checking out and refocusing in on the flame working over on the right. So just to point out, we are working on another mushroom on the far right. We're working on some connections between pieces of glass. I saw them attaching a little bead of clear to some of the grass leaves, which are going to help connect it to the overall piece, of course. And then we're still working on that stack dot pattern. Just one more step to the left and just one step to the right of the lathe. And this is a really cool pattern. I wish you guys could see it up close, but it's as it sounds, it's stacked dots on top of dots on top of dots, and it creates these really cool patterns. And then we're still continuing to work on this bubble in the front on this lathe. It looks like we're starting to squat the bubble down a little bit, which is making the walls of it a little bit thicker. Yeah, I just had a good question, which makes me want to bring up something real quick. So we will be having an artist lecture at 1 p.m. today. So an artist is going to take my mic and they're going to talk about their artwork and themselves as an artist and talk about specifically pipe making, rig making, I'm sure. So it looks like we're taking the measurements of the glass at the center bench with some calipers. And this is most likely meaning that we'll set this piece of glass aside and then start working on our next piece of glass. And this next piece of glass will have to attach the two openings together. So we want to make sure that those openings are perfectly the same size, just about. So we're setting this aside in the garage, this large silver box right here. This is what we use in the hot shop to keep things temporarily warm at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So later on, once we have the rest of our piece, we'll be able to pull it back out and heat it up and attach it. And just to point out again for any newcomers, this is the rig that was made last year. So I assume this piece that we just made is the neck of our rig, and we'll start working on the body. Yeah, we have a bunch of pipes on this right pedestal right here, and then we have this giant rig that was made last year. And this is the second time that we're doing this, but each year, right around 420, today's 420 exactly, we'll make some pipes and rigs in the hot shop, and we'll invite a ton of flame workers to do that during this event. So You usually don't see any of these torches out. You don't see any of these small, sharp flames. You usually just have the glass-blowing benches and the furnaces. So it's a pretty different day, pretty unusual from what you'd usually see when you come in. And welcome to those who just joined in. We have a lot going on the hot shop floor, so I'll just give a brief overview. So over on the right, this is, as I was just pointing out a moment ago, pretty unusual. We don't get to see a lot of flame working in the hot shop. Over on the right side, they are working on various pipes and small rigs. And then we're working on a really large rig in the hot shop. So these left two benches right here where we have more open space on the floor. We'll be working on something that's pretty similar to what we see on the front pedestal, except we'll have kind of an hourglass shape this time, and there will be one large solid piece of glass that's going to be pushed up and kind of incorporated in the bottom of the piece. And I got to see them make this solid piece of glass earlier, which I'll just point out on the diagram for anyone that can see, this sort of marble or paperweight shape on the bottom. It's really interesting. It's basically an implosion. If anyone knows anything about flame working, you might know what implosion is, but it's solid clear glass with color that has been kind of pushed up and imploded inside of it to create a three-dimensional design. So this piece of glass specifically is a three-dimensional rose inside of that clear ball. So this will be attached to the bottom of our piece. And I think it's a light blue color, this rose, by the way. So that's what we can expect to see. We've already made the neck of this rig. We set it aside. We're keeping it warm. And we'll probably see them start on the body of the rig pretty soon. And just to mention real quick, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to grab my attention. You can also come down closer to the front rows and take a closer look at these pieces that we have on display. I think that we have some pieces in the store for sale that are various pipes. We also have this entire walkway around the perimeter of the hot shop that'll give you a different vantage point depending on what you're trying to check out. Yeah, good question. So this is a piece of kiln shelf that we have over on the right side of the hot shop on this table. And they're heating up the surface of it with this small handheld torch until it's kind of uncomfortable to touch, I believe. And this is because they're going to bring out a big piece of glass and kind of set it on top to line other pieces of glass up with the bottom properly and make sure everything is at the same level. And we just don't want the hot glass to touch anything super cold, otherwise we could cause cracking in the glass from thermal shock. So we're just preheating it a little bit. But something that's nice about the glass over on the right is this is borosilicate, once again, a scientific glass. So it can handle extreme temperature changes a lot better than the glass that we're working with in the hot shop. So this is the large piece that they've been working on for the past couple of days. These are some snakes that have been sculpted, and we also have some grass and some mushrooms, and all of these pieces are going to be attached together. Oh, we also have a reaper that's going to be attached to this piece as well. And yeah, there's just a lot of different components that are coming together, which is why this is a 2-day piece. And just to point out once again, over on the very far right, we have another mushroom being made for this overall collaborative piece. And then closer to the left, like closer to the lathe, we have someone who's been working on a patterned piece of glass. And the pattern specifically is dot stacking. So we have layers upon layers of different dots overlapping each other to create these really interesting designs. And as you can see, we have all these clear rods attached to different parts of our piece over on the right. These are all kind of holding everything in place. So the areas that we're connecting our pieces, like actually connecting them, don't move as we're trying to melt in that connection. And importantly, when it comes to this type of glass, if we have any angular connections, like we just heat up things and then stick them together, there's going to be a lot of stress built up and those connections are going to break. And it can even crack the entire piece. Those cracks could travel. So we have to fully melt in that connection or make sure that it flows so it's completely smooth. There's no harsh angles in there. And that's going to avoid any breaking. Yeah, good question. I actually haven't talked about that yet today, but we use propane and oxygen for the torch setups over on the right. And then for all the furnaces and things, we actually use natural gas. So we have a few different fuel sources in here. Yeah, if anyone's curious, the oxygen creates a much sharper, hotter flame. So it is necessary for the borosilicate, which, once again, it melts at about 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And it would be really hard to get up to that temperature without the oxygen. And welcome to everyone who's just joined in. See quite a few new faces. So I just want to introduce what we have going on. So this is specifically joint venture this whole weekend. Yesterday, today, we have been making various pipes and rigs in the hot shop. We have some examples on our front pedestals to the left and right of me. This is what was made last year, this large rig right here on the hot shop floor. And this allows us to work at a larger scale, but this is made out of soda lime glass, so it has a little bit of a lower melting point. And we are working with a completely different kind of glass over on the right. On these torches, we're working with borosilicate. And this has a higher melting point. It's used for things like beakers and Pyrex containers. And because it's that higher melting point, it can handle a more extreme temperature change, which is why it's oven safe and things like that. Versus the hot shop glass, you would not want to microwave this. You can't put it in your oven. It's going to break from thermal shock. So we have some differences between these two pieces of glass, but we're still able to make kind of similar things out of them. Now we have multiple projects going on at the same time, as you can tell. We're working on another big rig. This one is going to have sort of hourglass shape based off of this chalk drawing on the floor right here. And we've already created the neck for this piece. We have to create the body of the rig, and then we'll be able to attach these things together. And then over on the right, we have a couple of collaborative projects as well. We have a few people who are working on one really large collaborative project on the torch. You'll probably see them bring it out again pretty soon and start physically attaching some things together. But they're working on a piece that has a reaper, like a grim reaper, and some snakes, 3 snakes, some grass, and some mushrooms that'll all be attached to various places and connected together. Then we also have some pattern making happening over closer to the left. We're seeing some dot stacking. So kind of as the name sounds, we're taking colored rods of glass, kind of like these. We're heating them up at the end and creating dots on the surface of our bubble to create a pattern. And we're just stacking dots upon dots upon dots. And then we also have another small project going on. We're going to be working with a little bit of clear glass and creating a small vase. So now we have 4 different projects being worked on all at the same time. And sometimes you'll see us get set up kind of in the front here on this lathe as well. We're just using it kind of intermittently today so far. But yeah, if anyone ever has any questions, feel free to grab my attention and ask away. Yeah, and I want to mention real quick, this is something we're trying to do annually. This is the 2nd year we've done it, and we specifically do it right around 420. So today is exactly 420. I don't know, I think it's kind of fun to point out. And it's something you can look forward to next year. So just to point out, we have actually brought out that Reaper now. We haven't seen that in a little while. Yeah, all this glass making is a lot of work. I mean, they've already been working on these pieces for at least 2 days. I wasn't here yesterday, so I'm not quite sure. Maybe they even brought in pieces that they had already been working on before yesterday and continued to work with them. Borosilicate is a little bit more flexible in the way that you can heat it up and cool it down a lot more than soft glass. Also, looks like we just finished another little piece of glass over on the left bench and popped it inside of the annealer. So if you haven't seen those black boxes used yet, I'll just point out real quick, these are annealers and they sit at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We have some on the floor in the front, and then we have the one on the walls. And we will fill them up throughout the day, and then when we're completely done, we just press a button, and it's programmed to very slowly come down over a certain period of time, depending on the thickness of the glass. And since this piece of glass that we're working on today in the hot shop is going to have this large, solid marble in the bottom, I'm assuming this piece is probably going to take maybe 2 or 3 days to properly cool, just because of the thickness of that glass marble. I think it's going to be about that thick all the way through. Yeah, I just want to check in real quick, see if anyone has any questions at all so far. And I do want to mention that we'll have the artist lecture pretty soon as well, which is why we have that slideshow up on the screen. But yeah, we're still going to be working in the background, especially with the flame working over here on the right.
We need two. Oh, is this waltz?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't want this one. Cool. Good afternoon, folks. Thanks, everybody, for being here, especially on Easter Sunday, and taking time out to see what's going on here at the Museum of Glass. My name's Ben Cobb. I'm the Hot Shop Director here at the museum, and I'm here to welcome you and introduce Mr. Joel Tsoulfas. So, quick couple of words about joint venture. This is the second annual joint venture in a collaboration with soft glass and borosilicate glass pipe makers in the hot shop. These contemporary flame workers are bridging the gap between form and function, creating works that honor pipe making psychedelic origins while simultaneously creating complex sculptures with substantial technical merit. And now, it's my pleasure to introduce somebody who over the years I feel honored to be able to call a friend and a colleague, Mr. Joel Tsoulfas. Joe embarked on his own path within the glass industry by apprenticing under esteemed flame workers in Oregon during the mid-90s. At the same time, he earned a degree in environmental ecology with an emphasis in botany from Southern Oregon University, all while honing his skills behind the torch. About 2005, Joe became fascinated with furnace working, also known as soft glass. It took root and became an obsession. Developing his skills in glassmaking, he attended glass schools such as Pilchuck Glass School, Penland School for Crafts, and the Corning Museum of Glass as a student and an instructor. 10 years later, Tsoulfas established Bigspin Glass Studio, which he evolved into the headquarters for Bright Block Studios, the lighting studio he developed with friend and colleague Jeff Ballard, also known as Soft Serve Glass. So Joe's here today to share his thoughts on collecting, his experience within the pipe world and the art world, and to talk a little bit about his collection, which is on view out in the Grand Hall. So hopefully everybody, if you haven't already taken time to look at it, after the talk, maybe give it a peruse, and Joe will give you a little bit more in-depth information about it all. So please join me in welcoming Joe Tsoulfas.
Thank you. Thanks, Ben. I would just like to thank the museum and Ben. There's so many people that have helped to put this together over the last couple years, so it's an honor to be invited to do this again. So big thanks to the Museum of Glass for giving us this opportunity. Thanks, Ben. All right, well, I just wanted to start off. I didn't have anything specifically planned. I was just kind of freestyle because this is just a passion of mine for the last 25 plus years, so I think I can just wing it and talk about my collection. I had an interesting start to my glass collection, and just introduction to glass was through pipes. And this was at a time in the early 90s when there was a handful of pipe makers in the world, and they just all happened to be, for the most part, in Eugene, Oregon, where I was living. So that right there gave me opportunities that most people didn't have to collect these pieces at that time. And I'm gonna start early on in my collection, which are the very beginnings of pipe making. And You know, some of these pieces are hard to come by, rare, because even back then, people weren't collecting them. They weren't thinking that far in the future. They weren't accessible to most people, and they were glass. Things don't last for that 20 plus years if you're using a glass object for that long. It's bound to break. Something's bound to happen to it. So the fact that some of these pieces are still with us, it's a great honor that the museum gave me an opportunity to display them, because these pieces most people haven't even seen them. They've just been in my house for the past 25, 30 years. So it's an honor for me to kind of share these pieces and my personal journey with collecting glass, because it started with pipe making, but now I collect all different types of glass. But I kind of have my way of collecting. There's all different types of collectors. I don't have an extreme amount of money, so I don't throw money at these collections. I'm super fortunate that I lived in Eugene around these glass blowers, like I said, and then as my glass career progressed, I just surrounded myself by a lot of super talented glass artists that I just had access to trade or work some sort of deal out. It may not be their like most masterpiece piece, but to me it didn't matter. It was more about the artist for me collecting. I've seen lots of amazing glass, but it doesn't really attract me to collect it. It's the artist more than the piece. I like investing my time, energy, money into the person making the piece. To me, that's the most important thing. The piece is secondary, but I love it all. It's got to be the whole package for me to collect a piece. So we'll just start off. This is a piece by BP, Brian Padilla. He's another Eugene, one of the original Eugene glassblowers. At this time that he made it, I mean, there was, I'd say, and this is just a handful of pipe makers in existence. So this was an early on piece. And this is kind of even, I didn't have it in the proper order, but this is kind of a little later in the earlier phases. Brian's work, he's known for really cleaning up and really making things more precise and tighter pattern work and just kind of not so wild style. And I'll show you an example of what I'm talking about of even earlier on pieces that were more rudimentary. People were just figuring things out as they went. There was very little information. And what information that there was kept really close to these people. It was really hard to get into their studios. It was very hard to get their pieces, and then the information was even harder to get out of these people. And this is a Cameron Tower piece. This is around 96. This is a very early on piece. Cameron's somewhere around here. He's joined us today. So this is full circle for me. This is, you know, it's an honor for me. At this time when I bought this piece, I did not know Cameron. I knew of him, and it was almost mythological person, you know. I knew of his work. He was from my hometown where I grew up in Wisconsin, so I had this connection of, this is the guy that I kind of wanted to collect early on. It was hard to get his pieces. Like I said, there was very few of them. In order to get them, you either were in Eugene or you were chasing these guys around on Grateful Dead tour around the country, and you had to hunt them down. Out of 40,000 people, you got to find 3 people selling the glass on lot and hope you get there in time where there's anything left. So it was extremely hard to even get your hands on these pieces. Or if you had a lot of money and you became good friends with them, people were buying cases at a time, so that was more on the glassblower sides, probably seemed better to just sell a handful of pieces at once, and then other people would start distributing them to their circle of friends. But to get them directly through the artist, it wasn't the easiest thing to do in the early to mid 90s. But Cameron was ahead of his time with fuming work. If you see the yellows and the blues and the greens and the pinks in there, that's just all from gold and silver fuming onto the glass, trapping it in, and just figuring out what these raw metals, what they could do with them. So they're just uncovering things. And what's even more interesting on top of it is that these actually changed colors as you used them. So the colors would start changing. So, you know, finding the combinations of, you know, the piece will look one way when you buy it brand new, and if you used it and colored it in, it had a whole different look to it. So that was also the thing. It was like, ooh, let's see how this thing changes after we use it for a while. So this piece I got in Eugene through a friend that had bought a case from Cameron, a really close friend of mine. And out of that case, these were like to me, some of Cameron's, at the time, some of his nicest work. We'll go on to the next one. This is another 90s piece made in Eugene, Oregon. From that first piece that I showed you, Brian Padilla, this is his sister, Yvonne Padilla, and she was highly sought after. Her pieces were, for a lot of people, the top, but she even made less. There's very few of these pieces in existence. She wasn't super productive where she was cranking them out, so there was even less of these pieces. So in today's market, it is extremely hard to find examples of her work. And I know she was at a point even trying to buy up her own pieces now so she could have them back. There's just very few pieces. So she was very, and as probably one of the first female flame workers. I could be wrong, but she was pipe makers, yeah, as far as pipe makers, for sure. So a very important person. She was really focused in and getting precision fuming and making sure that everything was intentional and really clean things up. All right, here's another piece by A.K. Eric Crunk. This piece also is very rare. He is still working today. His pieces fetch very high dollar amount today to get a piece from him. So this piece is about 1997, and the scale of this, you know, it's about this big. So back then, he was pushing size, you know. A lot of people weren't making bubblers this big. Cameron definitely was one, and in fact, he invented this style of pipe where you could put water in it, and it would filter the smoke as you smoked through it, and Cameron was the guy that invented this piece. So taking from Cameron's knowledge, now we kind of got this next group of pipe makers, but still early on taking from the core group of original glass blowers and just kind of taking it to the next step, different patterning, adding little sections to it, just making it a little more complex in size and what's going on in it. All right, now I want to kind of get to the next phase. This is kind of a little section on a friend of mine, Banjo, and he has been very crucial in progressing the flame working skills, scale, technical perfection, symmetry, really precise moves. And I had a chance to work with him and become friends with him in the early to mid 2000s. So I was working in his studio. We collabed on this piece that I'm holding there. That was a piece between me and him. The motorcycle was a really pivotal time in flame working. He did this body of work all in black, stripped it down of no pattern work, got that all out of it, and just focused on shaping and just really stripped down things. This motorcycle was out of a series called the Darkness series, and that series really pushed the boundaries of scale and what could be done in flame working. Traditionally in flame workings with pipes, you were pretty limited to scale of these kiln sizes were the general. If it fit in there, that was about the scale that we were going. And Banjo had a wild idea that, you know, you could make multiple parts and then assemble them while they were, you know, already made, and then just kind of assemble them and make them larger and larger. And then he started using large-scale kilns that would like raise up with chains, and then they could go in and like start constructing bigger pieces. So he was pushing boundaries of skill or scale that people have not seen in Boro at the time. So these pieces were, even though this motorcycle is not of large scale, it was part of a series at the time that really pushed the boundaries. So I was really fortunate to work with Banjo at this time, and he's probably one of the top flame workers in the pipe scene, but this was early on in his career. Not many people knew about him. He was kind of just coming out of the woodwork, full force. I just happened to see the early on stages and be in his studio as he was figuring things out and exploring. So I was really fortunate to see that whole process go down early on. And this was a kind of a pivotal time in my own personal glass journey where I was kind of veering off from flame working and started coming into the hot shop. I was kind of getting burnt out on flame working by myself, and I saw people in this hot shop working with each other, more active, and just something drew me to that. And I got an apprenticeship with some of the best sculptors. Karen Willenbrink Johnson, her husband Jason Johnson, kind of took me under their wing at a pivotal time as I was working with these guys in the flame working, and I really just had to make a decision of what direction to go. They were both at the top of their game, and I was like, and I'm going to go this direction. So I kind of dropped flame working for a little bit, but still collected it, still had my finger on the pulse, and just kind of more was in the hot shop at this stage of the mid-2000s. Here's another picture of that motorcycle, little detail. And that back tire is the bowl, on the back side is the carb, and the front tire is the mouthpiece. And that's how you would smoke out of that. Here's a more current, this is what his pieces evolved to with even his dry pieces. This is a 2019, it's all faceted, Marini, super highly complex for a small piece. And you know, he throws me a bone every once in a while. I can't afford his pieces now. That's like, I got pushed out of that collector world. It's just top dollar collectors. So, you know, we're good friends. So every once in a while, he kind of throws me a bone and gives me a piece. And I'm like, all right, I think I can afford this. I should probably not pass this by. But as far as his pieces that fetch $20 to $60 to $100,000, I can't touch that. That's for a different type of collector, and that's not how I collect. I don't just throw money at pieces and just like, oh, I need that, which is fine that other people do that. However you want to collect, that's a personal journey. I just took a different journey of collecting my friends' work and my peers. This is another flame worker out of Eugene, Oregon. Oh, and Banjo was in Eugene and Southern Oregon at that time. So all of this glass that I get is, for the most part, all came out of Eugene. From the 90s, anyone that's in Eugene, those are the people that I'm around, and that's who I'm pretty much going to collect. This is a friend of mine, Cowboy. He's very technical, clean worker, pushing the boundaries also. His studio's by my studio, so I would always come in, hang out. They're great people. I was like, yeah, this is awesome. These guys are pushing. And a lot of these people overlap of friends, collaborators. So this is, well, what could I say about this? It's just a small little rig. You can either use a flower bowl on it, or you can have a banger attachment to this. It's all faceted up. So much work from the ground joint faceted, the down stem is faceted, the bowl's faceted, the mouthpiece. So there's so much extra time put into these pieces. Another Eugene glassblower that lives recently, moved to Eugene recently, J.D. Mapleston. This is a collaboration between me and him. Another thing, I was like, I probably can't afford one of his pieces, but if I collab with him, I could probably get the price down halfway. So that's another way that I can afford to collect their pieces is, hey, you want to collab? And then I'll be like, oh, okay, instead of paying me for my part, take it off the piece and I'll take it. Super highly complex. These are considered recyclers. This specifically is considered a wormhole. This is his design that he's known for. And the thing with JD is he's also known for collaborating with artists from all over the United States, all over the world actually. He's traveled to, he loves collaborating with people where he does this shape and then other artists will do designs and then he puts it together. And I think there's even a documentary about him on, I don't know, Amazon or something like that, about his journeys traveling all over the United States and collaborating with people. This got thrown into the slides. This has nothing to do with my collection. This is some of my work that, you know, I've taken for so many years. I started with the flame working community, and at the time, that scene was kind of looked down upon in the glass world as like not as an elevated art form in glass. It was kind of, but we all knew that everyone that was in it knew that that soon will go away because it was still early phases, and now look where we're at now, and now it's fully accepted, and I just knew it from the very beginning that this is where it was going to go. So anyways, so when I took a divide from flame working into the soft glass world, you know, I learned all the techniques as much as I could in soft glass, but I felt like I left a part of myself behind with the flame working and so much knowledge that I really wanted to bring my background of pipe making into the hot shop, which was never done. And I wanted to make pieces in the hot shop that looked like it was made on a torch, which was really not done at the time. So that was a big thing in my career that I just really wanted to develop. Along with Jeff Ballard and Soft Serve, we both just kind of put our head to it and we're like, you know what, no one's doing this. It was kind of a niche where not many people were doing this in the hot shop. They were, but they were more kind of rudimentary, one piece kind of Frit bong, which is fine. They were more production-y, and we just wanted to elevate it and clean things up as I'd seen in the flame working done before and for. And this is kind of some of my work of getting, bringing pipe making into the hot shop. It's like one of my biggest goals in my career is to bring the two worlds together. For my whole career, it's been two different worlds, and you know, pipe makers over here, soft glass people over there, and it was like some shit talking going on between both worlds, but all love, but it was that. But I was in both sides, and I just wanted to bring them all together. I looked at the similarities more than the differences, because there's way more similarities and differences, and here we are, this is amazing that we're all in the shop together. So this is kind of something, a dream of mine that I just love seeing. So I really am thankful for the museum to, you know, foster that. All right, this is, now I'm going into the next phase of my collection that I've been focusing on is more blown and sculptural work. So this is from Nick Asturino. He's somewhere around here. He's over here. He's another Eugene glassblower. He's practically my neighbor. We became friends. I'm like, oh, you live right around the corner from me. So, you know, obviously, great guy. We just started hanging out, and I was like, how do we work something out that I get a piece in my collection? Work something out, and here it is. So this was kind of the start of me collecting sculptural blown borosilicate pipes. All right, this is another friend of mine. He's not from Eugene. He's a Seattle glassblower, and this is Danny White, or he goes by Ethan Wendy's, his pipe moniker. And the reason why, like, me and Danny have kind of vibed is he's was always on the same page. He started off as a soft glass worker all through college, and then after college he kind of got into the pipe game, so it was kind of flip-flopped. But he does both soft glass and flame working, which there's not too many of us out there. They exist, but there's few and far between that can dabble in both. It's happening more and more. So this is 2 pieces that I collected from Danny. It's the Fighter and the Lover. I just love these 2 pieces. I bought them separately, and just for some reason, they go so well together. I was like, oh my God, it wasn't even planned, so I like when things like that happen. This is probably the last piece that I acquired in my collection, and this, you know, on the high end of what I've ever kind of spent on a piece. But this is, again, Cowboy with Rhino. I've always loved Rhino's ducks. From Oregon, we got the Oregon ducks. There's just, you know, I was like, I've always wanted one of his pieces. They spoke to me. I don't know Rhino at all, but Cowboy is a really good friend of mine, and they did a collab piece, so I was like, this is my time to get in on this. So this is kind of one of my newer pieces. This is 2024 Rhino Cowboy collab. Now the final pieces I want to get into is Niko Cray. Where's Niko at? He's on the torch right now. Niko's now lives in St. Louis, but at the time he was in Eugene, working in Cowboy's studio. And, you know, I came into his studio. Niko's working there. We became friends, you know, kind of hit it off right away, and was super nice to me. I'll show you, he sold me one of his sharks I just look back on it as just like, I don't know, a screaming deal for the time. So I was like, that was super rad of him to do, to kind of get me into the sculpting, collecting too. But this was a piece I got from Niko, I can't remember the exact date, 2019-ish, which is outside of like the type of work he makes. This is kind of a one-off, and I just love this piece. It's so amazing. And then I just started collecting Niko's pieces. This is one of his hammerhead sharks on the left with some opaline eyes. Super clean work. The teeth sharp, clean. That shark in the left is the first piece that I got from him early on in Niko's career. I think he was just figuring out early on in his shark game. So Niko's really known for his sharks and his snakes. He can make all sorts of stuff, but that's his, like, what he's known for. And here's 2 of his other snakes that I got of his. The one on the left is another Cowboy collab that they made in their studio together while they were working together. With intention, I think that it was for me, which was awesome. And then the one on the right was a little earlier that I got, but his snakes are some of my favorites. So, you know, hopefully in the future, it just can build on this collection. But this is pretty much where I'm at now with my collection. I just wanted to say that this is just my path, that I went through. It was kind of a more natural way to collect, but there's so many different ways now that people can collect with Instagram, head shops, dispensaries. There's just so many ways that people can get it. I say use all of those ways to do it. I just felt like I was fortunate that I was in with all these really talented artists, and I just took advantage of it. I was like, you know, what better time to do this? And to me, these pieces, as I was saying before, I like collecting or about the artist, and the piece is kind of secondary, but all these pieces to me just take me back to time and a memory. You know, it's just, I just didn't go to a store and buy it. It was like a moment of hanging out, spending time in studios, and everything that goes with that. And in my brain, to me, the art is when we're in the studio. That's the art. The pieces isn't the art, that's the evidence of the art. You know, it's like, as artists, we see the art going down, and as collectors and buyers, you're truly just seeing the evidence of like what went down amongst people. So that's just how I look at things. So all of these pieces just take me back to a time and almost help me remember certain moments and keep it chronological for me. That's about it. That's all I have to say. Thanks for listening and taking the time to hang out. And stick around if you want, because there's going to be some awesome glass blowing going on where we all collabed on sections, and now we're going to all start putting it together and go larger scale.
Thanks again, Joe. Does anybody have any questions?
Oh, yeah, question.
And while I still have a captive audience, I just want to take a moment and just show my appreciation and big thanks to all the artists who are here. Being the Museum of Glass, we're a nonprofit, and getting something like this off the ground and started takes a lot of effort. We've borrowed a lot of equipment from other institutions. A lot of these guys rolled up in their trucks and cars with everything that you see on the floor. So there's a huge community effort. I'd like to thank Joe, of course, Jeff Ballard, Edgar Valentine, Cam Tower, Johnny Quest, Jamie Zill on photos, Jason Elliot, who works up at Pilchuck now and has lent us some equipment that this wouldn't be possible without that. Nick Asturino, Niko Cray, Turtle Anuweh, Pat Davidson, Scott Monet, everybody who's here in support of this and making just a huge thanks, because it wouldn't be possible to do this without them. Did I miss anybody? Not to forget Anthony Charles, and he's the guy on the lathe. Very cool piece of equipment. Stick around and see him, watch him at work, because all of this stuff that you guys are getting to see today is not normally in the public eye. So it's a great point to learn and ask questions. So great resources down here. If you have questions, everybody here is real nice and easy to talk to. So thanks again.
All right, so welcome into the hot shop to everyone who just joined in. Just want to give a quick little overview. We're still not quite getting started over in the hot shop area, but we will be working across the floor for the rest of the day. So we're going to be working on one really large project, which is going to be a blown glass rig, kind of like this right here, except we'll have a little bit of a different shape. We'll have a sort of hourglass shape. And there's going to be some more components added to it this time as well, such as a solid sculpted piece that'll be kind of pushed into the bottom. You might be able to see that with this one, that sort of marble or paperweight shape that's pushed into the bottom. This is a really interesting piece of glass. It has a three-dimensional flower inside of solid clear glass. And this is achieved through kind of an implosion technique. The color is pushed or imploded into the bottom of the clear, and it creates a three-dimensional shape on the inside. And we'll also have a completely different type of glass being worked with over on the right side of the hot shop over here. They will be working with a glass called borosilicate, and this is a scientific glass. It's used for beakers, it's used for pipes, it's used for Pyrex containers, so it can handle a more extreme temperature change, and that's why it's more used for pipes. So we're going to see some pipe making, some rig making across the floor today in various ways. And of course, this event is annual. We have only just started doing this last year. This is the second time we've had this joint venture weekend. And as you notice, it falls on 420. It is very purposeful. And yeah, it looks like we are getting started over on the left as well. Now, give me a second. I'm going to kind of adjust the sharpness of the camera, and then I'll jump back into explaining this collaborative project. Oh, looks like that's a little bit better. All right, so I just wanted to explain real quick that these sections of glass right here, these are each individual blown bubbles that were created by individual artists, and they will be attaching these bubbles in an Inaugural way. And do we have the Inaugural diagram that we could show off real quick? We did a little bit of this earlier, so if you were here earlier today, you might have already seen this. But we should have a diagram showing off how we connect these sections. Oh. Okay, so no diagram, I'm sorry guys, but we basically will blow these sections of glass into a bowl shape, and then we attach the openings of those bowls together, and that creates one complete bubble on the end of the pipe. And then we just open up one of those ends again, and then it creates that same cup shape, and then we just add on another, and another, and another, and another. So that's what's being done for this piece right here. We made the neck earlier, and I assume we'll get started on the body now. And then we'll eventually bring the two together and have one giant rig. It's really interesting to watch this process, and it's really cool because each artist makes their own little section. So there's a little piece of themselves in this piece, and then it's just this huge collaborative project. And there are about 9 artists that are working on this piece, at least. Oh, and if anyone ever has any questions, please feel free to just raise your hand or grab my attention and ask away. So I do actually have all the artist names. There's so many artists here. I also have their kind of Instagram tags for a lot of them as well. So if you'd like any of them personally, can come down and take a look, or I could do my best to list off everyone. Let's see, Edgar is the one who's on the torch closest to the left here. And let's see if I could find his tag. This isn't something I've listed off today. No, I don't know if I have his tag for some reason. Then we also have Turtle Time Glass, who's Valentine Glass. There we go. I don't have that one written down for some reason. Now I have it. Yeah, no, I could kind of go one by one, but I think some of the best ways to do it is to look at the art out in the Grand Hall, and that's a collection from some of the artists on this floor, also some other popular artists, and I'm sure you can find their names one by one. Oh, and over on the far right, we are going to have 3 individuals working on a collaborative Boro piece. They are Niko, Scott, and Nick, and they're going to be working on specifically a rig that's going to have 3 snakes and a reaper, like a Grim Reaper, grass, and mushrooms all assembled together. It's a huge collaborative piece. Yeah, I think it's good to look these artists up, because then you can see the final product, because usually we have to let the glass cool really slowly. Oh, and another thing you could do, if you go to the Museum of Glass page or on our Instagram or on our YouTube, we oftentimes will tag the artists that come in, and you will be able to just directly click on the artist tags and go to their pages. And that's especially nice because it's usually correlated with the art you see in the hot shop. Oh, and just to talk about the difference real quick. So we're working with a soda lime glass in the hot shop, and this has a melting point of about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Meanwhile, the borosilicate that we're working with over on the torches, this has a melting point of about 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So the torches over there, they run off of propane and oxygen. That oxygen allows for a hotter flame to even be able to work with that glass. And then we have the natural gas furnaces and glory holes in the hot shop for the blown glass. Oh, and here's that diagram that I was mentioning earlier. This is the Inaugural technique, where we attach multiple pieces of blown glass together to create basically these rings of different colors or patterns. So this is what you can expect to see over on the left side of the hot shop. At the center bench, kind of front and center of the audience, Ben is sitting down with a blowpipe or a hollow pipe that has some clear attachment on the end. And originally, before attaching this piece on top of that, if you were to blow into the end of the pipe, that air would just pass all the way through. So by attaching this cup on the end, he's created one fully sort of sealed bubble, and he can work with this and blow it out as a normal piece. So for these pieces specifically, the color is super complicated. Usually they'll start with something called color bar, which it looks like, sadly I don't have an example right now, but it's solid colored glass in the form of a rod or a bar. And they'll chop it up, oh, there we go, an example on the screen. They'll chop it up into usable sized pieces, or they'll have an entire bar on the end of their pipe, and they can wrap more layers of color or clear around this, or they can pull this really thin and create all these different zigzag wavy designs. This one is called Marini. Basically they wrap layers of color around this way, and they pull it into this long stick and then cut it up into sections. And when you look at the cross section, those little discs, you have an image inside. And that's something that Trent does a lot, Trent in Kyoto. He has been working over on the left today. And he made a section that's pretty similar to this, I think. So those are just a couple of specific patterns that use cane. Yeah, those are called cane, those sticks of colored glass. But if you're just looking for a smooth, even layer of color, for example, there's a couple of different ways to get that as well, such as this tray of powder in the back. And if you're wondering about the color itself, it's different metals and minerals and oxides mixed into clear glass. Yeah, color is super complicated, and there's just so many techniques to get different patterns. So just to point out, that piece of glass that was brought over and attached to the end of this pipe has now been opened up fully. So we have this sort of cup shape on the end of our blowpipe. And just like earlier, if we were to blow into the end of this pipe right now, that air would just pass all the way through. This is really important because when we eventually seal the very end of this off, we want to be able to blow into this bubble and change its shape and the thickness of the walls of the piece. And we've just brought over our next section. And you'll notice the heat on this glass. We're just heating up the connection point, basically. And it looks like we're really getting started over on the right now. So I'll just check in with all of them and see what they're working on. They've had a few small projects and then also some larger collaborative projects like I was describing earlier. All right, so I've got a few different things to update you all on. So over in the front here, Anthony's going to be working on a fitting for this large rig right here. So this is, once again, they made this last year. It's technically incomplete. There are a couple of components that need to be happening right around here. There's a tube that needs to be kind of lowered into the inside of the rig to kind of rest in the water. They need to create a bowl and a fitting for the opening here. And so he's going to be working on that on this lathe. And then we also have a couple of other projects going on, which are technically they're all collaborative projects. I think they're really just taking this chance to work together, which is awesome. So just to the right of the lathe, we have some glass that's been worked with since this morning. And the pattern on this glass is stacked dots. And this is, as it sounds, dots of color stacked on top of each other to create these really intricate patterns. And this is just a little bit of prep work. I've heard that eventually it may turn into a cup, kind of like what you're seeing right here. Yeah, a really big piece of glass. And then to the right again, we have a little bit of prep work being done, some designs on the inside of a hollow piece of clear glass that is eventually going to turn into a snake pendant, apparently. And this is also a collaborative project. It's going to be handed off to someone else who's going to turn it into that snake pendant. So yeah, a lot of these artists, they will create these different designs and patterns, and they'll hand it off to someone else who assembles it together, or they add their designs and patterns, and it's just really fun to watch. And yeah, we're still continuing that same process at the center bench, where we are opening up the previous Inaugural section that's attached, and then bringing over the next over and over again. So we can technically see some flame working in the hot shop as well. Up on the screen, we have a view of the far left bench, where we have another cup of colored glass. It looks like this one has a wig-wag design. That's basically zigzag colors, kind of back and forth. And they have been using this small handheld torch to heat up the punty. The punty is the rod with a little bit of clear on the end attached to the bottom of the piece. Just heating up that connection enough to cut into it and weaken it. So Ben just went in with some shears, and yes, he trimmed off a little bit of excess glass. This could just be to get rid of extra thickness or thinness, or just to make sure that we're hitting the same height. Also, just to point out, Ben is using some jacks, which are those two metal blades. He's going on the inside to open the opening up a little bit more. And then we're pushing a wooden paddle against the opening as well. This is doing a couple of different things. It's smoothing this area out completely so it has a flush connection with the next cup. But it's also going to thicken this area of the glass depending on how much we push against it, because as we heat it up and push, we're pushing from both directions on the inside and on the front, this is going to push back and thicken that area. Also, something interesting to point out about glass in general, different colors have different almost viscosities. They move a little bit differently, they melt a little bit differently. So when we're working with two very different colors, like black and white right next to each other, the black is going to get super soft and blow out faster, it's going to move faster, and the white's going to stay stiff. And so we have to be careful of those color combinations, make sure we're keeping everything pretty thick so that we have more room to work with. And we've just attached our next section of glass. Yeah, we have something just like this that's sitting aside and resting in this box right here. This is called the garage, and it stays at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So whenever we are done working on an individual component, we'll set it aside to keep it warm, and that just prevents it from breaking. And then we can work on the rest of the piece and then bring everything together. So we are blowing into this piece of glass a little bit. And what Ben has in his hand, this pad, is actually just folded up newspaper soaked in water. And using this, he can kind of cool down different areas of the glass and also squeeze or push the bubble in different directions. And the way that things heat up when we're working in the hot shop, as we go into the furnace, it's heating the front first, and then finally the area that's attached to the pipe. And then as we come out, the area that's attached to the pipe is coming out first, and the front is staying in the furnace the longest. So this front area is always going to be pretty warm. So we'll balance that heat out by using these large fluffy flames, or we'll cool the front area down, and this is all just to balance the heat. And if you're curious about any of the tools that are being used, this tool right here, I believe, is a graphite paddle. We use graphite on glass pretty frequently. It's a pretty expensive material in that large form, but it's more insulating than a metal tool, and it's not going to burn like wood, which is also insulating. So it's a nice in-between. And yet again, another example of flame working in the hot shop. Ben's using that small handheld torch. And these do get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit in the hot shop. I'm not sure about the ones that are table mounted. I think they can get up even hotter, but they heat up the glass super quickly, especially when it's the soft glass in the hot shop. And Ben is next going in with some tweezers, and he was pushing the tips of the tweezers in and then opening over and over again to slowly create this opening in the end. That's the idea. And it looks like he has succeeded. And just a reminder, if anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask away. Otherwise, I just kind of continue my spiel, but I can give you information about the cone we're inside of. I can tell you about specific glass colors and patterns. Anything you guys are curious about. And it looks like he's found some time to squeeze it in, but Turtle Time Glass is making specifically a whale pipe right now. This is something that he does a little bit more frequently. I saw him making some last year that everyone was here, and they're just super incredible. They have so much detail to them. This one has a kind of a rainbow spiral to it. Yeah, just like some of the guests were a moment ago, you guys are all welcome to come take a closer look at any point. And then once again, we also have this entire sort of catwalk, or I don't know what to call that, but you can walk around the entire perimeter of the hot shop and get different views on things. So just to point out, this is the section they were working on in the first half of the day. They just pulled it out and they've attached it to the end of the section we were just working on. So now we'll be able to break off one of these pipes and leave everything connected as one piece. And that is definitely a little bit of an intense moment when we break that pipe off, because there's so much length and weight to this piece. If we have any torque at that connection that we have now, the piece can snap off. So they have to make sure to keep everything a really happy temperature, even if it means that it's going to be moving around quite a bit. Yeah, there's some really specific and geometric patterns in this long piece of glass. So they have to be really careful when working with this to not warp those patterns very much. We have almost a checkerboard pattern in there, and that's very obvious if it's off. So they're going to just very carefully heat up the glass little bit by little bit and reshape it. Looks like they're just trying to smooth things out. So after very carefully just heating the front of this tube, Ben is going in with some tweezers, and he's pulling more than he's pinching here. He's stretching out this area of the glass on the end, trying to thin it out most likely. And now after pulling some of that glass out, this is being trimmed off with some shears, basically like glass scissors. And there's very little scrap that comes from making our pieces of glass, as you can see. That's all the scrap that we have so far today, basically right on the floor there. So we have a couple of different fuel sources on the hot shop floor because of the flame workers. The furnaces just run off of natural gas and forced air technically, but yeah, natural gas. And then the torches, those actually run off of propane and oxygen, and that oxygen creates a much hotter flame, more focused flame. So we are using a couple different fuel sources today. Oh, and then these boxes throughout the room. These are annealers, and they hold glass at a certain temperature or heat up or cool down glass to that temperature. And they all sit at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, and they are electric. So Yeah, I just got some good questions. I was going to point out real quick that the different kinds of glass that we're seeing on the floor today, they can't be physically combined, but we are combining the techniques together. But yeah, if we were to physically combine borosilicate glass, that flame working glass, and then the soft glass or soda lime glass from the hot shop, they can break apart as violently as like a small explosion or pop. It's really interesting. And that's why it's really important to keep those types of glass separate. For example, sometimes you will work with soft glass on a torch as well. And the rods look the same. They both look like this. There's just different types of glass, but they come in the same form. And so if you mix them together, bad things can happen. So it looks like they've gotten everything pretty straight at the center bench. So now they're just taking a quick measurement of length and also the width of the opening. And something that's tricky is they'll usually have to measure the actual opening itself on the inside of the glass and then also the width of the total glass. And that will tell them the thickness of the wall of the glass. And this is important for any piece of glass they attach. They usually want around the same thickness of wall. So now they'll set this entire thing aside in the garage again, which I pointed out to some of you earlier. This large silver box, the garage, is going to keep the piece of glass warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. And this is just while we get the rest of the piece ready. It's going to rest in there at that healthy, warm temperature. And I think that there have been a few new people who have joined in here and there, so I just want to point out this large rig right here on the pedestal. This is what was made last year during our last joint venture. And We technically are finishing off a last couple of little pieces, mostly just the functional pieces that are going to fit inside of that opening. But the one that they're making this year is going to have a little bit of a different shape. It's going to have sort of an hourglass shape to the body. And that was the neck that we were just working on now. And all of these sections here that you're seeing, they were made by different artists and then brought together to create one large piece. So it's a huge collaborative piece between all the artists that are visiting us during this special weekend. And this is our second annual joint venture. This is something that happens every year around 420, as you might notice. So today is 420, and it's the last day of this special weekend that we're having. And the idea is to bring flame working and glass blowing together in some sort of way. So we're bringing a lot of techniques together. And we also have a lot of flame working on the floor, which is very unusual for this museum of glass. You usually don't get to see a lot of flame working. So this is something special. And just to explain the differences real quick, they're working with a type of glass called borosilicate, which is a scientific glass. So they use it for beakers and chemistry, and they also use it for Pyrex containers. It can handle more extreme changes in heat, which is why they more commonly use it for pipes, for example. So these are all borosilicate pipes right here. And then we also are, of course, making this large soft glass rig. And the places that are going to get hot are being made out of borosilicate still. They just won't be fused together with the rest of the piece. Yeah, just super complicated process. And this piece that they're working on over on the left side that we have a view of up on the screen, they've been working on this piece since yesterday, all the individual components. They're just bringing everything together and finishing it off today. Now, this process we're seeing on the screen, this is called a color drop or a color overlay. This is solid colored glass through and through that we've just melted down and then dropped on top of a clear bubble. And then next, we'll push and roll this color back until it covers up that clear completely. And just to give you guys a good visual example, this is what that technique is doing. It creates a really smooth, even layer of color across the entire piece of glass. So anything that you see that appears all one color, it's actually just a layer of color sandwiched between layers of clear. So that view we have up on the screen was again over on the left bench. It looks like we have successfully fully pushed and rolled that color back. So now we have basically a colored bubble of glass on the end of our pipe. And we'll be able to probably gather some layers of clear over top of this. We usually don't want the color on the very surface of a piece unless we want to reduce the color and kind of react it with the flames to create a metallic appearance, which is super interesting. But once again, probably won't be doing that. I think we have a lot of new people again somehow, so I just want to point out real quick again that we're making another large soft glass rig like you're seeing right here on the front pedestal. And this one is going to have a little bit of a different shape. I heard that it might be a little bit more narrow, and the body is going to have a little bit of a hourglass sort of shape. So squeezed kind of tight in the center. And we already have a lot of components for this piece. I believe we're working on the body now. And of course, we have a lot of flame working projects going on over on the right. These are all different collaborations. They all are taking advantage of this time where they're working together on the floor all at once and deciding to do a lot of collaborative pieces. And there are 2 to 3 person collaborations and I think a couple of small singular projects, standalone projects. So this glass that is closest to the left, Turtle Time glass, he's working on a whale pipe. And this is something that he made last year as well. He made some other whales. And these are super intricate. I wish you guys could see it a little bit closer. I mean, you're always welcome to come down to the front of the audience, but there's a rainbow spiral design around the entire side of the piece. That's the best way I could describe it. And just to point out real quick, we've started using a block, which is this wooden spoon-shaped tool, on the molten glass on the end of our pipe. This is to smooth and even everything out, and most importantly, to make sure that the bubble inside of this glass blows out evenly from within. And yes, we already do have a bubble inside of this glass. You just can't see it underneath that color, but it will continue to expand as we get more and more layers of glass and we continue blowing it up more. So the torches, they're all running off of propane and oxygen. And the furnaces, they're running off of natural gas. Yeah, the oxygen helps us get a much hotter and more focused flame, which is why we use the propane and oxygen specifically over there. So the hot shop floor is starting to get pretty busy again. We're going to be working on multiple components of the same piece at the same time. It's looking like we're getting started on the base of the piece again. So this is solid clear glass through and through. You can always tell when we're going to leave something solid because the end of the pipe is flat. It doesn't have a mouthpiece, that triangular end to it. So we're not going to be blowing this up. We'll leave it solid. And this is going to turn into basically a three-dimensional rose on the inside of this solid glass. And it's really interesting how he does this. He uses, I think he called it a crimp, but it's basically a metal three-dimensional flap. Faces upward like this. And he has color on the end of his clear glass and then stamps it down on top of that metal rose, and it pushes a bunch of petal designs into the glass. I don't know. We'll see it play out in front of us. Now I heard that this one is going to be a light blue color, and you can see the color laid out on the ground to the left of where he's working. It's inside of these little metal trays, if anyone wants to see them. So he's heating up the end of the glass, and then he's stamping it onto that colored glass powder to pick it up. And this has to be done multiple times to make sure that we have a rich color on the end of this piece, or just for this piece in general. So the center bench, we're just continuing to build up that color. But I just wanted to point out this setup in the back here. This is where the rose crimp is. And once again, we have all these little metal petals facing upward right at the bottom of this setup. So it's looking like this is going to happen pretty quickly. It's pushing down on those metal petals, and they're pushing up into the glass. And once again, since we had that layer of color just on the very end, it pushed that color up into the clear. So we should have a three-dimensional rose or three-dimensional pattern inside of this piece now. And to push that design further up, I believe sometimes we will heat that glass up and roll it on its side and just very carefully and slowly push all that color to a small point at the end. Just have to kind of wait and see. But this metal table, this is called a Marva. We do have these throughout the hot shop, and we'll use them to shape the glass and sometimes cool the glass by letting the metal pull some of the heat out. And I hope you guys can already see that three-dimensional pattern inside from where you're sitting, but this is going to make it even more obvious. He's going to cut off all of that extra clear left over on the bottom, leaving just that design inside behind. So now we just have that flower left over inside of that clear glass, just kind of floating. It's like magic. And next we have to go in and create this divot or line right next to the pipe so that we can actually remove this cleanly from the pipe as just one whole piece. And this is going to be shaped like a marble based off of the last one I saw. We'll probably use a couple of tools to completely smooth and round out the surface of this glass. Also, I missed it, but over on the left bench, we've added to this bubble and this design quite a bit. We've taken that bubble and picked up a bunch of cane, which if you don't know what cane is, it's best or most simply described as sticks of colored glass. And usually they might have multiple layers, such as they'll have that one color in the center, like blue, and then they'll wrap another layer of color around it and then clear to finish it off. Usually clear is wrapped around the outside of any color, no matter if it's earlier in the process, later in the process. We don't usually want color on the surface of the piece. So now we have all these really nice straight lines on the outside of this bubble over on the left bench. And I think that we might have a view of this. Could we maybe see the bubble over on the left bench? Yeah. You could kind of see it. Yeah. So we have the lines at the base of the bubble, basically where the glass is connected to the pipe. And it looks like we're just letting it cool down in preparation for getting another layer of clear over top of everything. Yeah, this is a really big process. And next at the center bench, have just brought over another pipe with some clear glass, basically as an attachment point, and attach this right to the center of the bottom of our piece. And then we'll break this entire piece away from its original pipe, the one it was built on. And the idea behind this is to just flip the orientation of the piece. So now we can fix up the top of the marble where that design is going to be mirrored for you to view. Well, I guess I shouldn't say mirrored, but the way that marbles work is if you have a small design kind of close to the bottom of the marble, that completely round dome over top is going to magnify it and make the design look bigger and more detailed, and we want to completely round and fix up this end of the piece. So we're switching benches. They can finish off that marble over on the left bench, and they'll continue working on the blown section of our piece at the center bench. And I just want to point out this glass that we're working with at the center bench, this is a really large amount of glass. So this piece is going to end up being pretty big. And I feel like those lines are a lot clearer now that we've gathered that layer of clear over top. They're kind of magnified. And once again, those lines are coming from cane, which are basically these sticks of colored glass. So we've already started to work with this glass bubble at the center bench quite a bit. We have heated it up, blown it out. We've created the jack line, which is this divot close to the pipe. This is where we'll break the entire piece off later on. And we'll continue to heat this up and work with it more. We still have a lot of thickness left, so we could blow this out quite a bit more and still keep those walls pretty thick. And just a reminder, the bottom of this piece is supposed to be opened up, and then they're going to push that marble or flour into the bottom. And I'm still kind of trying to picture how that's going to be done. It's just something we'll have to learn together. And you can see that we're using gravity to shape the glass quite a bit as well. Whenever we hang it down, we are trying to create a longer, narrower shape. Sometimes we will even hold the bubble up towards the ceiling, and this is us letting the gravity push it and slump it down onto itself to create a squat, wide shape. And yeah, the original chalk drawing for this piece is pretty erased at this point. They've walked over it a bit, but the original idea was to have a sort of hourglass shape for this piece. So we've squeezed the center of the bubble in to get that hourglass shape. Yeah, for those who just joined in, we are still continuing to blow this piece of glass out at the center bench. Oh, just to point out, we do use these wooden paddles to shield the artist's hands and arms from the heat that's radiating. My mic keeps cutting out, sorry. That's radiating off of the piece. So if you ever see us using those wooden paddles, it's usually to shield the artist. Also, it does look like we're getting kind of close to attaching that marble to the bottom. It looks like we're just keeping that marble warm and the correct shape over on the left bench while we prepare the main piece at the center bench, and eventually we will bring the two together. So we've completely opened up the end of this bubble. And the idea is we want to open it up to pretty much the same width as the rows that we've made over on that left bench. And to be able to attach these two pieces together, we're going to have to basically superheat those connection points. So we're using this small handheld torch. This is basically like the flame working torches over there, where it can get up to this really high temperature because it's running off of propane and oxygen. And that oxygen is fueling and superheating the flame. So we're superheating just the opening where the marble or sculpture will be attached. And it looks like they're completely ready with that rose. Up on the screen, we have a view of the left bench. And it looks like they're just checking it out and making sure that it's the right temperature and it's not falling off center. So we've just brought that solid piece of glass over. And it looks like they were just doing a size check real quick. And it looks like they were ready for the connection this time. So now we have our two pieces together. We've broken off that secondary pipe. Yeah, let's give them a round of applause for that high anxiety moment. Very exciting to see them put that together. So now they just have to smooth everything back out and fix up that connection point. So the way that they were describing this attachment point earlier was that they were going to attach that marble to the bottom and then push it into the bottom of the piece. And I wasn't quite understanding where the pushing was coming into play until now. You can see they've pushed it into the bottom and now we have this perfectly round shape again. Also, more commonly used graphite paddles on the flame working side, but we are using a graphite paddle right now at the center bench to push this glass into the bottom. And just a little reminder for those who haven't seen this tool yet, graphite is a more insulating material than something like the steel tools that we might use. And so when we push this glass in, it's not pulling a lot of heat out and it's not causing any cracking or breaking from thermal shock, which can happen if we use steel. And I want to give just a quick little overview for any newcomers who have joined us in the hot shop. I think I see a few new faces here and there, new enough that you probably haven't heard of, you know, the exact projects that are going on. So this piece that we're working on the center bench is somewhere along the lines of this piece we have on display right here. This is a large rig that was made in the hot shop last year during this same event. This is the second time we've held this event, this joint venture event. And specifically, we try to hold this around 420, and we are making pipes and rigs in the hot shop. The pipes over on the right side of the hot shop, they're all being made out of a special type of glass called borosilicate. And this is used to make things like beakers in a chemistry lab and Pyrex containers that you can actually put in the oven and in the microwave. This glass can handle those extreme temperature changes because of the boron trioxide that's inside of it. It makes it so that it has a much, much higher melting point and really strong bonds to itself. And then, of course, this is a soft glass that we're working with in the hot shop. This is a soda lime glass, so soda ash limestone and silica sand. And we have so many different designs for this piece. Similar to last year, we have a neck that has all these Incalmo sections made by the different artists who are visiting us on the floor today. So this is a huge collaborative piece. And this piece on the bottom that we just attached was made by one of our collaborative artists, Cameron, and he basically made this three-dimensional flower inside of a large mass of clear glass. And I would compare this to an implosion. If there are any flame workers in the audience, then you know what this is, but an implosion is basically, as it sounds, imploded color inside of clear glass, which creates a three-dimensional design. So yeah, a variety of techniques, varieties of patterns, and a variety of artists and glass on the floor. Just a really interesting day. And this whole idea behind this event this weekend is to bring the flame working and the glassblowing communities together a little bit more. Yeah, usually they're seen as super separate, but this just proves that they can be brought together and create something even more incredible. So we're using a broken scrap piece of glass to mark the bottom. This is just creating a really faint kind of scratch mark and giving us a target to hit when we attach our second pipe to the center of the bottom of the piece. So Sarah is preparing that pipe now, kind of in the back of the hot shop by the furnace there. So this step coming up, this entire pipe with that clear attachment on the end, this is called the punty. And the idea of the punty is to attach it somewhere on the piece and then break the entire piece off from its original pipe. And this is usually to flip the orientation of the piece or to get access to another side of the piece to finish working on that area. So in this case, the place where the pipe is attached is where we want to attach the neck of our rig. So we have to get access to that side of the piece. So we've just attached that punty to the bottom. They're actually pulling it away right now, and then they'll create a divot in that connection, just making it easier to break this pipe off later on as well. And next we apply some water to the jack line, that divot, and give it a tap. And that pops the piece right off. Yeah, that's a really big step that was just accomplished there. So we've focused a bunch of heat just around the opening of the piece. And Ben is opening this up and flaring it out so that he can grab onto that excess glass and eventually cut it off. So after we've broken a blown piece off of its blowpipe, that hollow pipe, we have to use the Tsoulfas to reinflate the glass in any sort of way. The Tsoulfas is this cone-shaped tool. The cone will block off the opening to the piece, and then we just blow air inside of the mouthpiece at the other end. So we want to have, once again, these two round sections, and then we'll attach the neck just right on top of everything. Oh, and I'm happy to see this, but they actually saved that excess glass, that little disc on the end. They knocked it off onto a heated fork, and they're setting it aside in the garage to keep it warm, and hopefully that'll prevent it from cracking or breaking apart. But yeah, usually when there's a nice piece of glass that they cut off the end, especially if there's cane, for some reason, they will save those pieces of glass, and then they'll turn them into little flowers or little cookies of glass, or even cups. somehow. They'll turn them into cups. And right here, Ben is just very lightly opening this up, and he's pushing a paddle against the lip at the same time, just smoothing that glass out. And now this should be pretty much ready. We just have to make sure it's the same size opening as the neck that we created earlier, and then we'll be able to attach these pieces of glass together. And I think that they have been preparing to take the neck out of the garage. Just to point out once again, this large silver box right here, this is the garage. We made the neck earlier out of a bunch of little segments of glass that individual artists made. And we just kept it inside of that box to keep it warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So soon we'll pull it out and be able to start working with it again. We have this flame in the corner here that we use to heat it up a little bit further. So it looks like they are preparing to make this small opening that's going to attach the fitting joint, or the fitting slash joint. And this is exactly where you would have the bowl or the banger, and then we'll also have this long tube that goes down inside of the body of this piece, and it dips into the water, and this is called the perk, and this is what determines how much smoke you have inside of this piece, apparently, when you use it. Now they have to be pretty accurate when heating up this same spot over and over again. But at the same time, they can't let the rest of the piece get cold, which is why we keep going back and forth. So to start this area off, they brought over a pipe with a little bit of clear glass on the end and attached it to that super hot section of glass. So when they pulled away, it pulled the surface of the glass with it. And breaking off a small section of this pulled out glass hopefully will create a small opening into the side of the piece. Yeah, and for those who just joined, I'll just direct your attention real quick to the large piece we have on the pedestal right here. We're making another one of these large soft glass rigs in the hot shop. This one was made last year, and this one this year has definitely a pretty different design. As you can see, it has more of an hourglass shape, and we have a neck already made and set aside that we just have to bring over and attach to the top. So Ben has been heating up this small opening over and over again using this small handheld torch, and then he's going inside with this pointed tool made out of graphite and just continuously opening up that opening just a little bit more. And this tool is, once again, also pretty good at being insulating, so it's not going to pull a lot of heat out of the glass, hopefully avoid any cracking or breaking as he opens this up. Oh, just to point out, it looks like we pulled the neck out over on the left bench. So once again, this is something that they've been working on both yesterday and today. Yesterday, they did a lot of the prep work where they created all the patterns and they created these little individual cups out of those patterns. And then today, they attached all those cups together right at the openings over and over and over again, creating this stacked design like you're seeing with the rig on the front pedestal there. And could we have a view of that on the left bench real quick? Yeah, this is a decent view. So I just wanted to point out this neck real quick. For those who haven't seen it yet, we have a view of it up on the screen now over on the left bench. And you can see how long this is. This is going to be attached to the top of the blown form at the center bench. Oh, this is super interesting. So Ben is sitting technically on the outside of the bench. And this is just going to give him a way better point of view when he attaches these two pieces together. Looks like they're just doing a size check for now. So we are approaching a huge moment. We are preparing both of these pieces to be attached together. So we'll start heating up those two attachment points. So just at the very top and at the opening here at the center bench. And then over on the left bench, we'll just be heating up the very end of that tube as well. And then we'll bring that tube over and push the two together, and hopefully they will stick just fine. Yeah, I think the thing that's scariest about this piece is just the length of it. If anything gets too cold and it starts to move around, it can cause torque in the glass and it can actually kind of snap the piece off. So it's just a little bit of a scary but a little bit exciting moment that we have coming up. Now, both of these pieces of glass have to be just the right temperature. So they're constantly checking in with each other and communicating as to when they'll be able to bring the two pieces together. And it looks like we are ready now. So we've just brought that tube over our neck. Could we have a view of the center bench, please? Thank you. We have a good view of this up on the screen. That connection point looks secure. And they're going to keep the connection between the pipe and the bottom of the piece nice and warm and break this pipe off that they've just brought over. And it looks like that was a successful break. Let's give them a huge round of applause for making that clean break. So we've heated up the opening just enough to slightly widen it and open it up again. Yeah, we can only work with it little bit by little bit right now. We don't want to heat up the neck too much, otherwise we start to lose that super straight shape that we have. Everything is just a balance of temperature now. The eyes came in just as we were finishing this piece. Yeah, we're just straightening everything out. Got a little bit of wobble near the base of the neck, but nothing that Ben can't handle. He's using these basically just folded up newspaper soaked in water to straighten everything out and kind of support the weight where need be. So at this point, by the way, we are getting ready to break it off and put it away. And you can always tell when this is the case because you'll see somebody get suited up with these Kevlar gloves and usually a face shield, sometimes even a big shiny suit, all to make sure that the heat doesn't reach their face and their hands. And we're going to be placing this piece inside of the annealer on the left wall, by the way. So if you want any final shots, you should definitely be in this area over here. And this box, it sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We're going to place the piece inside of that and then click a button to very slowly cool everything. And this is all just to prevent thermal shock. So we are getting very close to completely putting this piece away. And that was our last flash. So we're going in with some water, applying it to that connection point to break that connection enough to pop the piece right off. And then we should just be able to give it a tap. And that was a clean break. Let's give them a huge round of applause. And there it goes safely inside of the annealer. And now they can all breathe a big sigh of relief. Yeah, that was a huge piece of glass. Now, I do believe they are finishing up some projects over on the right if you want to check those out. And please ask any questions if you have any. And thanks for sticking around to see the final product. That was the big piece for this weekend, for sure. And once again, if you didn't know what this event was, we're trying to do this every year. We have a whole pipe making and rig making weekend right around 420. So please come back next year as well. Just keeps getting bigger and better every year.